Hello. Hello, hello. Finishing up one thing real quick. Give me a sec. Hello. I wonder why my move plugin isn't working. How's everyone doing? Hello, hello. How is your weekend? Hopefully everyone's holiday was good. Oh my goodness, it's been a really long time since I've been online. Oh shit, Sneaky, what's going on? Holy, what's up, Schmank? How are y'all doing? Thank you so much for the super chat, $4.99. It's a huge help. Your streamer is broke. Dire times. Did your birthday already pass? No, January the 2nd. It is the day after Juris. Oddly enough, right? Funny how that goes. Question, is the artwork always the same? Where is the... Didn't Giles' birthday just pass too? Huh. I guess they get rid of it after a while. I was sure there was another birthday that just passed. It was Giles' birthday. I wanted to see if all of the artwork looked the same. Anyway. Yeah, no, my birthday is one day after Juris. It was meant to be. It was written in the stars. Your birthday is on the 3rd. Capricorns, rise the fuck up, yo. Where the fuck are we at? Optimal combo for punishing Shoto DP. Depends on how much resources you have. By the way, is the audio good? Mine was yesterday. Happy birthday. Good shit. Can you guys hear the audio? Probably not, right? I keep having this problem with one of my drivers. Let me just restart it again. And usually when I do that, I have to turn on the music again. There we go. Cool. Happy birthday, happy holidays to everyone. Hopefully you had time to spend you had a chance to spend some time with people that you care about, whether it be family, friends, and everyone in between. Can we delete Guile? Yes, 100%. That is the birthday gift that we all want. Something to deal with fireballs. So the thing about punishing DPs, it depends on a few things. It depends on how many resources you have, and who it is, right? So usually I would do something like this. It's just me. Usually I would do that. I like that. But the problem with that is there are times where you're too close and you can like miss it. You know what I mean? Like it'll look like this. You know what I mean? You always could do this, obviously. That's good as well. If you can, that always is a better option. That's going to do a lot more damage. Especially for Jury, who can like... You know what I mean? With no meter, I would do this, you know? If you wanted to use some gauge, yes, you do. You need the extra 4 frames. If you want to use some meter, I would pop the drive rush as early as possible. If you wanted to drop all of your stocks. That kills. There's a lot that you could do. If you want to take their meter, you could do that. You know what I mean? Always keep in mind this game's about drive gauge. So if they want to drop 2 bars, take more. I'll take those 4 bars, you know? If they want to drop the 2, oh, I don't actually have level 3. Actually might kill, oddly enough. Okay. But most importantly, like, keep in mind that this is a game about drive meter. You know what I mean? So, he uses 2. You take 4.5. 5 if you have your CA. And now he's in a situation where he needs to guess for his drive gauge. Which kind of goes into like what people were talking about. Okay. Which kind of goes into like what people were talking about on Twitter for this last few days. What's up, Skrill? How are you doing? How are you, Amorcita? Hopefully you're doing well. My bad for not being around, but thank you for seeing it. And of course, if you have your level 2, you always can do a lot more damage off of that. Which is why I always tell everyone that they should like learn a little bit of Feng Shui engine. Because again, now they're forced to guess for their drive gauge. Off that one mistake. But it depends though. Like, some characters it's easier to do those combos and such. But I have a video on my channel about that combo. The thing about that combo is that it's not a hard combo to do. You know, I definitely think it's something that you should learn for a few reasons. One, it teaches you this one here. Like, that link is important. And it's, like, so important for, like, setting up big damage, you know? Because even that alone is, like, 35, you know? $38, you know what I mean? Like, it helps you understand not only how to do those links, but it also, I think, at least in my point of view, helps you, like, understand, like, how your drive gauge works with your damage, right? Because, like, for an example, right? You could do this. Right? You definitely could do that. Or do this. Like, you could do that combo. That combo's going to do, I think, like 58, I think? 6,000, right? Big damage, right? Or you could do this. And like those combos are legitimately, you're using the same moves, it's just in a different order, and you get 5% more, you know? And it's the understanding that like your biggest damage comes from like the beginning of the combo, you know, which is why this is so good. That's 1200, 100 there. And these two moves is 2100, 100 off of those two moves there. And that's why you go straight from this back to that. That alone is 2780, and you only did 3 moves. So you're doing less amount of moves, so your scaling stays higher for the moves that do the most damage. Gobzin, hopefully I'm saying your name right. GB Zin, what's going on, Hami? And thank you again for the super chat, dude. Appreciate it. But yeah. But with that being said, let's say for an example, let's say you have 2 bars, right? Whoops. Oh my god, I'm rusty. If you look, that doesn't give you enough to do your level 3. You're just a bit short of it, right? So you would think like, oh, I guess she can't build the bar, but hey, yeah, she kind of can, right? So this one does less damage, but it builds more bar. That's going to do about 6k. Otherwise, you would have to pop a level 2 and hope for the mix-up, or pop a level 1 and hope for, like, the next knockdown. You just got back from town? Anything fun and exciting going on in town? You love your passion for Juris, dude. I have no IO friends to talk about fighting games with. That's cool. You have one, but he plays Mortal Kombat. Combat. Rip. Your best Jury? I wish. I really wish. Huh. I think one of the things about me that people tend to like is I'm a dreamer. You know? Is there a world where I can... No, I don't think, man. I was hoping. Maybe if I delay it? Yeah, right. I think there's probably a world where that might work, actually. This works, though, as a combo. If you delay it, like, a lot. Yeah, right. You just reached the master rank with your videos, and it helped you out a lot. I'm glad to hear that, Antonio. I'm always very glad when I can help someone out on their journey. I have my limits, you know what I mean? But I'm glad that, like, you know, I can help others reach their goals. I actually wanted to make a video on, like, that idea. Never thought about this either. That works in Feng Shui Engine. I never thought about that. I always tend to do this. Which does a good amount of damage. That actually is really nice. That's pretty cool. I don't know why I never thought about that. I tend just to do this and just hold the stock. But yeah, no, as a punish counter, that definitely works. That's 7? Is there a world where I can get 8 off of that? I don't think so. I never thought about that. It was something I wanted to talk about today. You know, I don't know. I'm going to play some games, but I'm not, like, jonesing to play, I'll be honest. Yeah, right? Most definitely. Yeah. Actually, this probably works too. You can always tell when I'm like new to something. It takes me a while to get into the habit of it. I'd have to be like really far away. It's really hard for me to think about that, to use that as a That moves me forward a bit. That knocks up. Actually, that's funny. That is funny, actually. That's funny, actually. Something I've like was thinking about today. There's something about the game that I haven't been really vibing with lately. And it's like this idea of like, I know this is gonna sound like I'm being like salty or just trying to put the people down, but like that's like not my goal at all. Like, obviously, I'm sure people saw the discourse over Twitter for the week. And it was about, let's see if I can pull it up real quick. I have been active on Twitter. Oh my God. Just talking nonsense. Oh, of course, now I can't find the fucking thing at all, right? Who was it? No, I'm not going to be able to find the thread at all. But essentially, it was a clip with Elena and Sagat. And what happened was the Sagat jumped in. And the Elena tried to OD DP as an anti-air, and it failed. And because of that, Sagat was able to force him into burnout. And it was pretty much not a checkmate, but it was a pretty like hard fight to come up against. You know what I mean? So I'll find the clip here. I'll play it for y'all. So Elena tries to go in, and Sagat, he jumps, and Elena tries to OD DP, but like he dies here, right? He takes a shit ton of damage, And the meter that he lost, he's burnt out now. And he doesn't have a level 2. It's like, what do you do here? Right? You just die. Like, you're just fucking dead. You just fucking die there, right? And it got me to like think a lot about like how things work in this game. And I started to make a video on this. I don't know if I'll do it since I was at my mom's house and the microphone kind of sucked. But the idea that like, because Elena, she makes this one error that she deserved to be put in a case where like they're just like gonna die. And like Big Bird said like, oh, there was a lot of ways that he could have like not have died, right? So like he's +1 here, and I think this is like what is it, 8 frames, right? So there's like a gap, or 7 frames, so there's a gap. So like he could have hit jab, of course, right? And then like here, like he's +2, right? And there's like a gap there. He could have pressed the button. And the reason why I brought this up when talking about rank is because there is a level of skill in like knowing what to do here, but like the execution that is required to do this is not very, very high. On top of it, like anyone can cook. You know what I mean? Anyone here can cook. And it got me to think that like, I think like the idea of like the master rank, I think like Capcom, they fucked up and they shouldn't call it the master rank. Because respectfully, master rank is, it's not very high when it comes to like the skill levels, especially since like you could drop very quickly and like easily. It's like you hit master, but then like you lose a lot of games and you drop to like 12 to 13 or so. And I'm not trying to put like the idea of that rank down. I'm not trying to say that like you're not good if you drop down. Absolutely not. But the idea of master being anywhere between like 12 and like, you know, 2,300, you know what I mean? It's such a big gap in between there. And it's almost as big of a gap as between like rookie and diamond. That maybe they should have called it like Champion League, you know, Championship League, and then had like different rankings based on that. And having you start off at 15, I think it's a bit of a troll too. I think everyone should start off at 0. I think that would be a better idea. You start off at 0 and then you work your way up, instead of it being like this, like you start off at like 15 and then you win or lose. I don't think that works. I think starting off at 0 is much better, because everyone starts off at 15. But I think maybe the reason why they did it is because they don't want people to be stuck at 0 for a long time. You know what I mean? I think that would suck too. Like you get to master rank, or maybe it forces you to do like new placements. I think that might be a better thing. That like you get to like Championship League, and then like you do another 10 matches to get replaced, and then you get your ranking. That's when it's like you play your 10 and then boom, like I don't know, like you're fucking, you know, 1,000, and then you work your way up. I think that would be a lot better. And the reason why this was brought up when it comes to like this clip here is because, oh, do you mind if I say, absolutely, you can definitely ask me. I'll answer your question in like 2 minutes, okay? Hold tight. Grab a drink. And the reason why I brought it up when it comes to this clip here is because I don't think the punishment for missing this anti-air should have been burnout. I think like drive damage is so high that like if you look, because you think it's excuse me, I just ate, so like I'm a little bit gassy. you think that like, oh, okay, like he's got the three bars still. He's fine, right? But this first hit takes a full bar away. And then since he has a critical arts, the next super, he's going to lose 2 full bars. And I think that's too much of a punishment, especially since, right? It's because at this point, he's got 4.9 bars, right? Basically 5, right? He uses 2 bars, and now he's burnt out. And the reason why I bring up, like, skill and master rank and stuff here is because this is not a hard combo to do. That combo is not hard to do. The knowledge of what combo to do there, I think, is important because he wanted to burn him out, so he cut his combo short. But the idea that, like, because he was able to do that 5-hit combo, he's burnt out, and now you just have to take unlimited pressure. I think it's a bit much. And I don't think it's indicative of, like, the skill of a grandmaster. You know? Good on him for cutting his combo short and, like, understanding. But I don't know. There's something about this game that feels off when it comes to, like, skill, when it comes to, like, the knowledge required, the execution that's required, but also how punishing everything is. So it's like, if you screw up once, like they screwed up one time, they were cooking him the whole time. Look, it's damn near a perfect because he fucked up once. He just has to take unlimited pressure from any Joe Blow. That's too much. That's how I feel about it. I know it's like, well, he fucked up. It's like, of course he should, like, get punished. But I think it's a little bit too much. And I would like to see them change the way that they do the Master League. That's definitely a video I want to do. You're not native in English. So what's the difference when people talk about skill level and knowledge? So skill, typically when people talk about it, it's used in 2 ways. One, it could be used as like a catch-all, for a catch-all, like umbrella term. I'll show you what I mean. I was comfortable, had to move a little bit. So if you need 4 pieces, right? I typically tend to think that, you know, you need 4 things. Let's just say this is like skill, right? I tend to think of it like you need 4 things to break it down. And that's A, P, L, I. This is going to be action. And this typically is going to be like execution, you know? The I here, oh, and this is going to be position. This is how I view it. I think it's pretty good. And this one here is going to be information. And this is going to be like knowledge. So it's a part of the puzzle, but it's not the whole pie, right? It's part of it. And I think it's like important to have it. And it's like part of the piece. But I don't think it's everything, right? The way that I tend to view it is your info will help you know how to position. It will help you know how to use your resources. And it will help you know how to execute. So in my point of view, info is one of the most important things. Your knowledge is one of the most important things because it helps you with all sides of the pie, right? It helps you with everything. So knowledge is going to be stuff like, you know, what do you know about the game? You know, it's going to be stuff like, I wish I could grab my tablet, right? Knowledge. I couldn't spell for a second, right? Right, this is good. This will be stuff like, you know, frame data. Right, it's going to be stuff about like move properties. It's going to be stuff like your combo routes. It's going to be like game knowledge. Stuff like that. You know what I mean? So it's not just frame data, because frame data, you don't need to know exactly frame data. You can just know like what's possible, right? So like frame data. Let's say Ken does a Tatsu. I don't know how minus it is, right? I don't know how advantaged he is. Street Fighter 6 frames. So minus 12 for the most part, right? I don't need to know that. I didn't know that up until now. I don't know exactly how like punishable it is. And the reason is I just know that when he does it, I do stand medium punch, stand heavy punch. All right? This is knowledge without knowing the frame data. But I know that I can do this and not forward heavy punch. So that's like the difference between like knowledge and frame data. You can have knowledge without knowing the frame data. For an example, you can like you could do this, right? And then go, well, what can I do here, right? That don't work. Well, that works. Well, it's because I didn't block the last hit, right? That don't work. That don't work. That works. Okay. That works. Okay, cool. Can I do this? I can do that. Okay, cool. Can I do down heavy punch? Cool. All right, so I know I could do this then. And I found out about like the knowledge without knowing frame data. Now, could I have just turned on the frame meter and then like have done this and been like 13 frames? Oh, okay. I know exactly what to do here. Fine. Right? I know I could just do that, right? Does that make sense, Johnny? Usually the terms would it wouldn't be skill issue, it would be mostly like a knowledge issue. You know what I mean? A knowledge check, I guess it would be. Case in point, you might think that like you might get hit by this. Whoops. Whoops. right? You might get hit by that, and it's because you don't know that like it's your turn there. That's a knowledge like check that you failed, not like really a skill issue per se. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Does that make sense? I think it's not a bad idea to use the replay takeover if there's ever something that you're not sure about. I think that people mistake putting time in. Time does not equal skill. I say this because I'm the type of player that can play the game forever, right? And I'll do this, and then I'll just do this. Like, I hit a point, and then like here, I'll just get stuck, right? And the reason why is because people think that if you put time in, you just will get better. This isn't like a shooter, you know what I mean? Where it's like you put in some more time, eventually you just get better because all you're doing is you're trying to shoot a person, you know? So like the more that you try to shoot, the better you get. That's not how this game works, right? So if you're stuck at 14, right? There's a reason why you're at 1400, right? Question that I have for you is, why are you there? Why are you not 15? Right? Why are you not 16? If you're saying that you don't have a strategy, you got to make one. You got to find one. You got to create one. And one of the best ways to do that, I can, Schmank. One of the best ways that I can explain how to make a strat, ask yourself 2 questions. Always. Every match. Why did I get hit? And why did they get hit? If you can answer those 2 things, you can create a game plan. Because if you're like, I get hit all the time, right? I get hit equals I lose. I don't get hit, I win. Essentially, right? At its core. So it's like, when did you get hit? Why did you get hit? And you try to figure out ways to not get hit. The same thing goes for, why did they get hit? I hit them. They lose. It's as easy as that. At its core, right? At the start, that's what it is. And if you're not sure why you get hit, that's when you ask around. You know what I mean? That's when like you use your replay takeover. Case in point. Why do I get hit here? Find out. Oh. It's like, oh, okay, cool. Right? So if you can hit them more while you get hit less, you'll win more games. And how you get hit less and how you hit them more is part of your strat. Is part of your strat. So for an example, right? Let's say, right? someone does this to me. Right? Let's say they do that to you. And you're like, oh, they made me try to go for a throw and then they beat me for it. The first thing that comes to mind is, well, can I stop them? The second thing should be, can I do that to them with my character? Because for me, I love that shit. That is one of my favorite things to do, is this here. I love that. That's my favorite, right? It's free money. It's free money. So anytime you get hit, you should go like, oh, I fell for it. Can I make others fall for it? Now you're creating a strategy. That's how I view it. This song is always loud as fuck for some reason, and I don't know why. I'm going to skip it because it's always loud. So you had asked me about the logistics part of it. So logistics... Do I even have that one still? Did I delete that? I'm stupid. Okay. Do I still have... I guess I don't. Okay, I'll have to redo it. All right. It makes sense. Thanks. If you have a specific question, Johnny, always feel free to ask. When you lose, you should look at why you got hit by something and learn why you got hit by it. Not so that you don't get hit by it again, so that you understand the game better. More information will help you make a better plan, which should help you win more games. Okay, APLI. Logistics. In war, what this means is like your transport of material, right? Meaning, hey, I got some food I need to get to my troops, right? This is important. How do I do that while not getting attacked? How do I do this without losing more of them, right? I need to get my troops in position. How do I do that? What's my plan? How do I not get caught out, right? In shooters, this is easy. This is like things like, you know, Overwatch, it would be like Lucio speed boost, right? It would be things like Sim teleporter. It would be like Rhine shield. How do I transport? How do I get from point A to point B, right? For fighting games, it's a little bit different because yes, you do have like the whole like we have moves to get around the screen and such, blah blah blah. We do have that. So this could be a few things, right? This could be about like your frames. What I mean by that is when I move forward, I can't block. Anytime I do this, I can't block for the frames that I hold forward. Anytime that I move back, I can't block low, right? For the frame that I hit back, I can't block low. The same thing applies for this, right? I can't block high here for the frame that I hold down back, right? So how you use your frames is important, but also how we use our frames is I have a set amount of frames that I can get to this point to where I can throw you. How do I get from this point to this point?
You look like you're in good shape. Teekski is now following.
Teekski, how are you doing? Thank you for the follow. Right? How do I attack you from here? I have to get to a point where I can attack you, right? How do I get from this point to that point? And how you do it is important, right? Some characters can just like fly across the screen and be fine. Other characters can't. It also has to do with stuff like I have X amount of frames here. What do I do with that? Right? It's how you use your resources. Your frames are a resource. You knock a person down. I have 37 frames here. What do I do with those frames to get into a better position? Right? Right? I use a stock. Hey, I could build a stock, right? Using those frames, I could change my meter. That is your, that's like, I'm sorry, my stutter is on a tear today. So that's logistics that is fueled by your information, right? But it also could come down to something along the lines, as we talk about this a lot on this channel, is like your meter and your build. So it's like, how do I kill them, right? I got 30 frames to kill them. What do I do? Right? A little bit is like information, but there's no way for me to like do like a max damage combo here. You know what I mean? And to kill, I don't think you can. You might be able to actually. Oh, no, you can't. Right? Because you don't have your meter here, right? And if you change it up, this might build? Yeah. So that builds, right? Cool. That builds. But there is a point to like, how do I say this? This might work too, actually. Yep, that builds too. It's not awareness. It's about how you use your resources, right? Meaning your meter, your health, but also like your frames. And it's about how you like use the time in which you have to your advantage. Everything is a resource. So it's mostly about your resources. But again, frames are a resource. That's the best way to like say it, right? It's how you use your resources. The situation that I wanted to show, I guess I'll show it in a different way. Something like that should work, I think. All right, so like this for an example, right? It's like, how am I going to use my 1 bar to kill here, right? I don't have enough for a level 3, right? There is a point to like here, right? You have a certain amount of frames that you can use. And how do you plan to use it? I'll show you what I mean. Here, you're plus 11. And the reason why that's important is because you can like micro walk there because you're so plus. And then you could like do a combo and build more meter. I'll show you. See? And because of that, you build more meter. So having the awareness to do it is one thing. But what I'm saying is, it's like you have 11 frames. How do you plan to spend it? That's what I mean, right? How are you going to use those 11 frames? A good example too is like here you're plus 13, right? How do you plan to use that, right? But with information, you're plus 28. How do you use that, right? That's what I mean. Right? The knowledge fuels. That fuels what you do. You know what I mean? I did get the meter. Damn. So that's kind of what I am. That sucks that you can't crouch block there. That sucks. That sucks. You're still plus. That sucks. You can't crouch parry. I'm sure there's another route that you could do instead. But yeah. Yep. But most important is not just about your like meter. It's how you deny your opponent meter. But it's also how you use your frames, you know? So people think that this is positioning, but I don't think it is. Something like this will tend to happen a lot. People will get hit trying to walk backwards, right? So it's like, you know that there's a chance that they're going to like do that move as you walk around and stuff, right? So like walk back a bit, then block. You know what I mean? People think that's knowledge, but like there's a use of your frames there, you know? Or something like that for example, right? Block a few frames and then attack. Stuff like that, you know? So it's like you have a set amount of frames before you can like block that low. What do you do with those frames, right? Do you go in for like a throw? Do you strike? Do you walk, or like, do you walk around and then block low? You know what I mean? Do you block and then jump in? You do that. Oh yeah, it's about what you do with the time and the resources that you have. Yes, most definitely. But what's cool about that is that you could use that in anything in life. Anything. And they all help each other, especially in video games. It doesn't matter what game you're playing competitively, it's the same shit. Always the same shit. Your execution, your information, your positioning, and how you use your resources. It's all the same shit, no matter what game it is. Even in like sports, same shit. Always the same shit. I haven't seen me against a guy. His noodles are so long, you always feel like you're out of range. You force a way to get in and get clipped. Sagat is tough. I think Sagat is slept on. I think we're slowly starting to see how strong he is. But keep in mind, his buttons have a lot of range, but they're slow. Right? That they have a lot of range, but they're slow. Even from like here, right? Even late, you... Yeah. Again, this comes back to information, right? You're +7. Right? You're +7 here. What can you do with 7 frames? Right? Information. Find out what's 7 frames. And how do we use the resources that we have? Those 7 frames. Well, on startup, 7 frames. So as long as you're close enough, that should work. So anytime that you can clip a punish counter, as long as you're close enough, right? I don't think that doesn't work. Oh, actually, it did work. Nice. I actually did it. Before I look like... Dun, 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 dun. It might not actually. Hold on a second. Wait. Yeah, no. That did not work. It does work, though. I guess I'm too far away. Yeah. Nah, that doesn't work. I am too far away. You're right. Yeah, you're right. You're right. That is too far away. That worked. Okay. So like, yeah. So it's like that comes back to like the point, right? That works. That doesn't work because you're too far away. It doesn't travel. Actually, did not work. Yeah. Yep. This worked. But again, it's like we have all those frames there. What can we do with those frames, right? You could walk in. Nope. That works, right? But yeah, dude, that doesn't work. You're right. That works. But yeah. So yeah, the speed of it requires them to... It requires it to travel. So I'll show you again. You see this gap here? It's 1 frame off. That sucks. It's 1 frame off. But the theory of it is that it does work. So maybe other characters would work. So let's see. Who else is like far? Ed. Let's try that. Nope. That was late on my part. Damn. Too far. There it is. Yeah, so you can't be that far out. But in theory, it does work. So I got makes you rage. One of the things I think that you should try and get better at with the Sagat matchup is trying to snipe out the tiger knee from far away. Like that there. Even like from this. Like that, you know what I mean? Because remember, this whiffs the first hit from far away. See? So you have some more time. Also, start to work on that. But yeah, that works as well, right? I think the best option. Actually, can you just do? Yeah, you can do that. Yep. But yeah, there's a lot of option. I don't think you can go underneath it though. Because it hits downward, yeah. That sucks. I hate that. I hate that so much. But yeah, that move is great. But yeah, this move also really good. If you got those. Another thing to look out for with Sagat. It sounds dumb. It's there. Right? Like you can just go underneath it. Feng Shui engine theory is still up to date? Yeah. Yep. You're fine. It's still up to date, and a lot of the concepts are still there, although there's probably certain things I probably have changed up. For an example, for like mid-screen, I don't really do this combo that much anymore. I don't do this combo mid-screen that much anymore. Although it's still fine. I just don't get as much as I would like to off of that. Instead, I usually do... Oh my god. I do stuff like that, and that's just because the corner. I think the corner carry is better there. Yep. Also, even from like here, that's good enough. You know what I mean? Because from here they have to guess on a double overhead or something like that. You know what I mean? But still good. But yeah, for the most part, it's still there. Depriving your opponent meter is a good thing. Stuff like that. Is pressuring burnout? So in burnout, there's a few things that you could do. Hitting overhead's good, but I always want to like challenge people to think about like why they're doing things, right? In this game, people are always going to do whatever, but once you tell them that they can't do whatever they want, they're going to start blocking. So a lot of times, like this here, what I like to do, and I don't know if it's the best thing, I'll do this. Right? 1, 2, overhead, right? 1, 2, overhead, right? Overhead. And then I'll start doing stuff like that, right? Or like this. 1, 2, 3, overhead. 1, 2. Like that, right? Block high. Block low, you know? And that's relatively safe. From there, I'll just go back in with the same thing, right? I'll just go back in. You know what I mean? As a media, I really don't think too much about it. I probably should. 25. Dash is 22. Yeah, you could probably do something like... You probably could do that, right? You also could throw one out. Make them have to deal with it. You know what I mean? But yeah, no, there's nothing wrong with just doing this. And then just going in. But it's about like why you're doing things, you know what I mean? Because Feng Shui Engine requires people to do something. Since they have to do something, it's up to you to deny them of what the something is. Most people are not going to press buttons when you're in Feng Shui Engine. Like, when you knock them down, they're usually not going to press a button. They usually won't there, right? It's about what you plan to do from that, right? I wonder if I could do that. Yeah, you can.
You look like you're in good shape.
Milos, thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. So when I do overheads, it's mostly to get them to act again, because the thing about it is like this overhead, the knockdown sucks. I get it. But it's a matter of getting them to have to re-guess, right? Because if they're blocking here, right? Most of the time they're just either gonna block or parry or mash, right? Most of the time they're like not gonna like do anything except those few things. But like if you knock them down, it forces you to like, it forces them to have to re-guess. You know what I mean? So that's why I tend to like the overhead. Also, if you like you hit them when in the corner, you can like jump in instantly with a double overhead. Right, so like, oops. Meaty, no. Meaty jump. Do you mean like a jump in or like instant? No, that's not a thing. Instant jumping medium punch as a overhead's not a thing. Yeah, what you could do instead if you want to do that, it works when they're in burnout. Just trying to get them to block something high. So like you jump in and force them to jump high, and then you jump in again. But right off the ground, no. You might catch a person trying to hit a button. You might catch a person trying to throw. But blocking low, it won't work. Unfortunately. There's a few instant overheads I like to do. This one is fun to me. Because it's like, I'm not going to guess, you guess, bitch. You know what I mean? Like... So, if you do this, and they block high, then you can do that. Right? In that case, you can. In this case, you can do it. That just works for free. But the whole point is that they have to be stuck in their standing block animation. Meaty means one of two things. It means when they wake up, there's already a button in their face. So a good example of this is going to be this here. Right? If you look, your move starts up early, and when they get up, your move is already out before they can press a button. That means meaty. Right? That's one of the things that it could mean. It could also mean that attacks hit not on the first frame. So it could be one of two things. Yep. So in this case here, think of it like, right? Think of it like I punch you. Wow, right? And you get knocked back. And then right as you turn around to try to punch me back, there's already a fist in your face. Because when you got knocked back, I could start a punch while you can't see me. You turn around and my punch is already about to come out. right? Think of it like that. I knock you down, and when you get up to punch me again, the moment
your life, bing bong.
what's going on? What's going on? Negative vibes. When you get up, you go to start your punch, but there already is a punch in your face about to make contact. That's usually like how people tend to like think about it. So for an example, if Sagat tries to get up and hit a button, he can't. And you can see it if I slow it down. See how he started the punch? It didn't work. But my move is already about to come out. That's one of the things that it could mean. Another way that it could mean is there are some times where the move doesn't hit on the first frame. So let me see if I can set it up. Yes. Remind me to go back in and to do that. If you want to join the club, feel free to join Nasty Club. You take everyone in as long as you're active. What was I doing? So if you look, that was a counter hit for a standing jab. If you look, a standing jab means that we're +7, right? We're 7 frames advantage, right? I'm +10 there. The reason is that if you look at how it hit, this is the frame where he can start to press a button, and my move was already out at that time, and it hit on the last frame that it could hit. So because of that, I recover a bit faster. I'll show you what I mean. Let's do... So there, I'm +7. And it's because it hit on the first frame possible. So since it hit there, it has to go through these 3 frames plus the 7 recovery frames. It has to go through those frames. But if I hit you on the last frame, I don't have to go through those frames. Those frames have passed already. And I only have to go through the recovery. So again, I'll show you. This hits on the first frame. It has to go through 1, 2, 3 frames, and then your 7 frames. Versus this, I only have to go through the 7 frames there. So I get more frames. I recover faster. That's what it means to hit meaty. So those are the 2 ways to describe what hitting meaty is. When you knock a person down, you hit them as soon as they get up, right? Or you hit them on the last frame. Like that. Which allows you to hit different combos. So meaties are good to stop a person from trying to wake up and press a button. Meaning, when you knock them down, they want to press a button, right? You stop them. You attack them as soon as they get up. You already have a move out. Yeah, you could do that too, right? Yep. Most definitely. If I'm correct, one of the reasons why you want to do that is because of characters like Bison. So the reason why that works is specifically because 37 frames, and this move, 34 frames, right? So 37 frames minus the 34 frames, you're 3 frames ahead of them. So that means you can press a button. So 37, 34, you're left with 3 frames. If you think about it in the sense of like that, right? You could think of it like 35, you're +2 now. Right? Oops. That sucks that you're only 7 there. What the fuck do I do with that? That sucks. This is why the character sucks. Seven. I think I'm in range. Yeah. So if there's a time where I could be 33, can't think of something where I would be 33. That's 32 the same way. +5. There you go. Mm-hmm. Jury does, but the thing about Jury is that, like, especially in this game, the higher you go up, the more you realize that you don't really want to, like, always have everything be auto time. I'm trying to remember how to say your name. Ballet Lyric? Hopefully I'm saying your name right. What's going on, Hami? Buff Jury? Facts. Having everything auto time isn't always the best thing to do. You'll find that leaving somewhat of a gap sometimes is the best way to do it. There is something that I heard from a Japanese player. The idea of a 2 mix and a 3 mix. Right? A 2 mix is this, right? Throw and dash. That puts them in a strike or throw. If they wake up and they try to press a button, they get hit, right? The same thing if they try to hit the button, you always throw them. But the mix is between a strike or a throw here, right? If they wake up with a throw, you can't do nothing here. You can't just block here because, like, you're too close, right? If you go to block, you get thrown. You can't walk backwards because you'll get thrown. You could backdash, right? But that will lose to a strike. See? And that sucks. So doing things that are strike, throw, and nothing are good. Right? Strike, throw, or delay. A strike, throw, or nothing. So something along the lines of like this, right? This is a strike or a throw. Oops. Right? And you can't walk backwards here because you'll get thrown, right? Actually, yeah, here. Okay. But if I use medium punch, I can strike, I can throw, or I can do nothing. That becomes a 3 mix. That's good. Something I've been doing a lot of too is on hit is doing throw. I tend to think that everyone likes to do this. People tend to throw here, right? So what I've been doing is when I hit this, I walk backwards. Because here, I'm +2, right? This becomes a strike or a throw. A strike, throw, or nothing. This is a 3 mix. So finding like 3 mixes are like good. Everyone does. I was in 17.5 last week and people were still getting hit by it. But that goes back to what I had said to you, right? When do you get hit, right? When do you get hit? And what you should be doing is, well, if I get hit by it, they're going to get hit by it. So how do I hit them with it? So I'll give you like a good example. Let's have the dummy wake up with a crouching light punch, right? Right? And I want to do this, but I don't want to have to time it. You know what I mean? Because I might screw up, right? I don't want to do that. I want to like auto time it. So you could do this instead. Right? You use the light kick to kill frames. Now, if they press a button here, I can combo, right? I can confirm it. Right? If they hit a button, right? But if you don't want to do that, you also can do this. Everyone does a throw here. Fine. Cool. Do you see what I'm saying? So once you find a habit that people tend to do, your goal is to find ways to set it up. And then from there, you go, well, how do I do more damage? Right? For an example, let's say you hit a clean knockdown, right? So from that one mix-up, look how much damage you took from him. It's crazy, right? Off of one screw-up. Off of one screw-up. It gets deeper, chat. So that doesn't work. So let's see if I can set it up. Something like this here, right? They're just gonna die off of that. Not exactly those. I definitely will put it on my list of things to do. This week I'm definitely gonna try my best to start to clock in for work. Cash is getting very tight. Not very tight. Let me stop. I'm starting to get concerned. Because my unemployment benefits didn't hit. So now I have to fight them for it. So because of that, I was expecting to get unemployment from getting fired. So I've been getting help from you guys, from my mom, and stuff like that. And plus the YouTube and Twitch checks have helped out a lot. So what I'm gonna try to do is start to like actually treat content creation like work. So clock in at like 7 o'clock, and like just work all day. You know what I mean? So I'm gonna try my best to do it. I'm definitely gonna put that on my list. Like this here alone is worth to talk about. I think that's strong, but it's one of those things too where, like for an example, setting up a 3 mix, hearing them say it in that way made me like think about it in a different way, you know? So like this here, that's cool, right? That's cool as hell. I do the replay reviews. I tend to do it like once in a blue moon. What I started doing, I don't know if I want to extend this out. So I started taking I started to talk to people about doing one-on-one coaching. So I've done 2 sessions. And if you want to do so, you can hit me up on Discord at Big Nasty Kale. We can talk about that. But I also started thinking about having some kind of like donation drive where like because my birthday is the 2nd, so maybe it's like if you tip me $10, I'll do a replay review, stuff like that. Gotta go watch the bases again. You haven't played in months. You got washed badly. Getting washed is the first step to getting clean. Always remember that. I'm sorry, guys. My stutter is really bad today. I don't know why. Might be I'm tired and stressed, but apologize. I always feel bad though because I always feel like replay reviews for the most part always come down to like one of 2 things. It always will come down to like, hey, your combos need to be better. And 2, you need to think more about like what your plan is, and then like just being able to like confirm off of like that. You know what I mean? That alone will get you to master rank. If you got some combos, you think about what your opponent might want to do, and you're able to confirm this on hit or block, you're good to go. That is such a good skill. And then from there, being able to stop this. You know what I mean? Like that skill there goes a long way for Jury. Case in point, right? It all flows together, you know what I mean? It all comes together. Oops, I fucked up. But yeah, it all flows. I don't know. It's one of those things where I always... It's not that I feel bad about it. It's mostly like I hate the stutter. Also, like, you know, times in which a person might want to throw. It's like when you jump into a good one too. Does he? I didn't know that Tyler 1 has a stutter. I didn't know that. That's interesting because you're minus there. Ah, okay. Fair enough. My stutter, it comes and goes. That's funny. Poor feller. That doesn't work? Why doesn't that work? I mean, Tyler 1 quit stuttering. That's hilarious. It's funny because, like, my stutter is not my problem. It's yours. Like, if I stutter, you gotta hear it. And if you don't want it to hear it, you'll just leave. That's fine. But I'm gonna say what I want to say. So that's mostly like your problem. I'm not saying you. That's how I view it, right? With that being said, it's like the one thing about me that I'm like self-conscious about. That's like the one thing that, like, you know, I'm like super self-conscious about. My Achilles heel. What was I gonna say? Yeah, so like something that people tend to do is this. I'll show you. Is they'll do stuff like this. That, right? The problem with that is it works because it hits so low to the ground, which is nice, right? The problem is though, is that if they block it from that height, you don't get like the frame advantage to walk out of it. It's kind of hard to show this, right? I guess I'll just do this, right? So like if you do this, you can't walk out of it. See? And that sucks. But if you do this, it's harder, see? It doesn't work the same. But this move hits really high up too. Right? If you hit it low, then you can do that. Yeah, this move is not safe. It's better to hit it lower to the ground. It just sucks that like she doesn't have any like good neutral air attacks. Like, yeah, like you have to do that. Problem with that is that if they mash throw here, you might not get the punish. If you hit it low to the ground, like off a safe jump, then yeah. And then that works. So for an example, let's say we do something like wake up zone, yeah. You do something like that. But you can't do something like this, for an example. Guess this would be better, right? See how like that doesn't work the same? It works if they delay their throw, but think about that. Anytime that you can hit that overhead, it's so good. So like even if you do this, for example. Oh, because it didn't hit. They have to get hit by it though. There it is. Oops. Ah, he's gonna mash that out, huh? Just trying to show it. Like that. That's one of the downsides about Jury, and that's why, like, Ed, Luke, and all of them, like, they get free fucking jumping hard punches on the shimmy. That's why they're, like, dangerous. Well, one of the reasons. Is that Ken can do, like that, right? Which is annoying. From all the way up top. Same thing with, like, Luke. Okay. This shit hits fucking high up as fuck. One of the perks of it. Alright. Let me lose a few points. I've been on a downfall, a decline. I haven't been playing too consistently.
Here comes a new challenger.
Protects guys is crazy. In that range? Oh no, fuck, you hit a button there, shit. Damn, I'm dead. Forward heavy punch it is. That's up, boy. Yeah, I got hit. Ugh.
This is your last ride. Let's go. You're a great tester. Fight.
Nice. Oh no. Oh. That sucks. That sucks. Fuck. Whew. My first match always has a lot for me. Whew. You're fine. Throat goats is crazy. Give me a second to answer that. The mirror sucks. Oh, he threw there? No way. Nah, I keep forgetting modern. That sucks. Damn. Oops, fuck, that fucked up. Damn. Sub Kaltor. Really? No DP there? That's crazy. Oh my, no DP. Made it to Diamond 3. You're right there. This is when it gets hard though. One and done from a Jury player? Boo. Hiss. Boo. Boo.
Here comes a new challenger. Round one. Fight.
I definitely tucked. Over. Why? I woke up with fireball. It's crazy. I delayed my hard punch there too. That sucks. I tried there. So. That sucks. Pop that. Stop doing that! He's still doing it? That's crazy. Oh, no way. No. Why do you keep trying to do that?
Juris wins. Round one. Fight.
That sucks. That's why he keeps doing it. are. Yes, for game.
Juris wins.
Whew. Legion, how's it going, homie? Yeah, I mean, he could have. I haven't played it in a while, so like my heart is beating. Activate level 2 and confirm hit your combo, blah blah blah. Yeah, it's good, but I think hopefully again I'm saying your name right. What you want to do too is try and I don't know why my heart is beating. I'm just not used to playing again. What you want to try to do is whatever you do is to set up your next knockdown so that you're in a good position. So let's say you activate, right? Right? It depends. It depends on what I want to do, Kokalis. So let's say, I don't know, you do something like this. Or I guess this would be a good way to start, right? This is good, right? You still got half of it, and like you still can go in. But you see how like far away I am there? It's like there's sometimes when it doesn't like work all the way. Like a little bit tough, right? RP? No, it's like pounding. So like here for an example, like the reason why it's a hard thing to use, because it's like, what are you trying to do? You know what I mean? If you're trying to do the most amount of damage, then like, yeah, I mean, something like even like that's good, right? But if you want to like get to the corner, you do something like that, right? If you're in the corner and you like, let's say you hit this, think something like this. Some more damage, less resources, and you have more like and you have some more gauge. But you don't get like a good knockdown there. You know what I mean? Like you don't get a great knockdown there. You're only +4 there, I think. So it depends, you know? Because if you're already in Feng Shui Engine, your goal should be to get your next knockdown, unless it's a kill. Yes, I can explain that for you, Sulky, in a second. Yep. Most definitely. So if you have 2 bars and you want to do the most amount of damage, like optimizing how many like hits you do, like you want to do the least amount of hits as possible. So you could do something like this here. You could do that. You know what I mean? That's like a pseudo safe jump. It does take a lot of drive gauge away from you, though. So it's a bit hard to like say for sure because it depends on like what you want to do. Feng Shui Engine is really tough to use because it's not a one-size-fits-all kind of thing. Like, it depends on like what you think your opponent is gonna do. So like at the end of this match here, I'll show you, and then I'll answer your question, Sulky. This last round here was a guess for game. He had to perfect parry that, or like jackknife uppercut me like correctly. And I'll show you what I mean. The fuck? So like I don't think I could have killed here. I did have bar here. No. So what I opted to do was this and like build bar and try to mix them up here. So the reason why I called it a guess for game, I wonder if I could have killed here on a wall spot. Probably not. That's 50%. There's no way, right? So there's a few things that I do here. If you look, I walk forward a frame or two. And the reason why I do it is to get like a little bit of drive gauge. See, it like moves slightly. So this is where it is here. See, it like moves a bit. This sets up a safe jump. So if he tries to uppercut me, if I block that, right? If I blocked it. But I go all the way in and hope that he's not going to do it. Right? And here I just try to build the meter. But if you look at his at his bar, I'm like paying attention to it. Right? Boom, dong, dong, dong. If he gets hit, he goes into burnout, essentially. Right? He gets put in a one touch. So like there, I did like a slight pause there to get him to stand up or to like throw, right? Which he stands up for like a hair, right? Let's see what he does here. Yeah, he tries to... The fuck did he try to do? Did he try to fucking... There's no way he did that. There's no way he did that. Oh, he was doing that. Okay, got it. So yeah, I got him to like to stand up and get hit. So here, if like I probably could have killed him here if I played my cards right, but my goal was to burn him. Right? I'm sure I probably could have killed if I think about it. Oh, he was mashing. That's why he was mashing. I don't think I could have killed there. No, I couldn't kill. Just based on the start. Yeah, no, fair enough, right? So, like, here, my goal was to try to burn him, right? So, if you look here, he has to respond correctly here, right? If he blocks this wrong, he dies, right? If he does a reversal, that happens, right? That's why I do. So like here, he has to parry. He has to do that, right? He's got to do that, or he's got to parry, right? If he blocks, even if he blocks right, he's burnt out. He gets burnt out. So his only option there is to parry, or if he like knowledge checks it, right? If I could do it. I'll show you the loop in a second. Yeah, no. I don't think he can get out of this. He has to parry. Yeah, no. He's got to parry. Or just attack low. That's like... That's a knowledge check, right? Not even that works then. Yeah, no. That sucks. He had to parry. So that's why I did that, right? Is because I wanted to burn him out. Right? So here, my goal was to fight his drive gauge. So here, I take some of his bar. See? I take some of his bar and then mix him. He gets hit. Boom, 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 boom. Bong. Right? Then he's got to block this correctly. He switches his block to down back. He gets hit and dies. So my goal was not to do the most amount of damage. I'm sure there might be a way that I could have killed him, but that's why I chose the route that I did. I usually do like a oh, like this? Just do it again. I just do it again. You get like 2 or 3 of those. All right, so the loop. So the loop is very like space specific. The easiest way that I know to go into the loop, right, is to do this into Enkinsatsu. Most of the time I do OD to save a stock. Right? So the easy one to do is going to be that into crouching medium kick, standing medium punch. Right? That's a set thing, right? This here is set. We tend to do this a lot, right? Easy low check. You know, this, it's like this. I'm glad to hear that, Big Cabs. Thank you. I'm glad that you watched it. I'm glad it helped. If you guys don't know, I do have a Discord. I'll be glad to put that up real quickly. I would love to have you guys. As I've been saying, I lost my job. So anyone who would like to get one-on-one coaching, I'm looking for people like 16 and below. Any rank between like completely new all the way up to like to master rank. You know what I mean? Obviously, I sit at somewhere between like 1650 to 1750. So keep that in mind. Club, I'll get that once I'm done with this. My stutter again, I'm sorry, is on a tear. If you guys want to join my Discord, feel free to do so. If you guys are interested in one-on-one coaching, hit me up through Discord. The loop. Ankin. Low medium kick, standing medium punch. Now from here, we know that we can do that. So this is a combo, right? So this links to that. All right. So once we hit this light kick, we're going to go to light kick, low medium kick into the fireball. That starts the first loop. This will space us out perfectly for the next loop. Once we hit that, we're going to do it. We're going to do it again, but this time we're going to add a crouching medium punch. Once that hits, we do it again. Once we hit that, we do it again, but this time we don't have a fireball, so instead we do a back hard kick. And it looks something like that. How you get into that is up to you. All right. That's the easy mode one. Unfortunately, big cabs, I cannot. I am not very good with Feng Shui Engine. When it comes to modern, there is a modern jury player in my Discord named Angel Doge. Angel Doge does a version of the loop. I personally and respectfully never care to really look too much at it, just because it's not like my spiel. Like, it's just not what I'm really into, you know? Let me see if I could find an example of it. He kind of does it here. This is one of his clips here. The level 3 is probably not a bad idea. Like, he's like taken like what? I mean, it's kind of hard to see. I'm sorry. That's kind of like his. That's kind of his version of it. But because he's on modern, he's like forced to like use a lot of lights, which is not like the best thing to do. You know what I mean? Wasn't there some kind of fireball loop outside of Feng Shui Engine? Yes. So outside of Feng Shui Engine in the corner. You can do that. Everyone tends to say that big cabs, but like the thing about it is, and I'm gonna say this as like respectfully as I can, I don't mean any disrespect by it. I don't want to say it in this way. I'm not trying to be mean, but it's such a like it's gonna sound mean. I'm sorry in advance. It's not meant to be mean, but it's such a low level way to view things. Because yes, you're right, but we're not playing Geef, right? And sometimes it feels shitty that Geef can get so much off of that. But if he fucks up, we take just as much as he would have taken from us. So there is a risk involved for him to do it. If you aren't taking as much as he would have taken, then you're not doing enough. You know what I mean? So I really hope that like that wasn't like mean. It wasn't meant to be. You know what I mean? No, yes, you definitely will. It's reductive. That's a great way to put it, right? Yes, thank you. You will lose because Geef dropped. Because you dropped 110%. But I don't want you to look at it like, oh, if I drop it, Geef could do this. What I want you to do is to go, I'm not going to drop it and I'm going to get this. Or if I drop it, it's going to be because I want to. If the Geef is going to mash, then so be it. You let him mash then. And then you take more from him. Take it as a means to like be better. And my computer is starting to eat shit for some reason. I get it. Trust me. I definitely do. It happens to me all the time. My game is eating shit and I don't know why. Oh my god. The fuck? Well, I 100% understand. It feels like it feels like shit. I think Mai does a lot of things that Jury wants to do, and she's just better. 100%. I don't know why my game is doing that. You see, like, I'm getting some frame drops, and I don't know why. I'm gonna turn off this. Give me a second. What is killing my memory? I'm gonna close my browsers. See if I can reclaim some of that. That should be better. Like, that feels bad. Right? That feels bad. 110%. But it's also an option to drop your level 3 to make him whiff too, right? Because one of two things. One, if you drop it and he mashes his level 3, then I want you to get so good that you don't drop it. And that's not even a consideration, right? Like, you're afraid of this, right? That's what you're afraid of. But why is he not afraid of this? He should be afraid of that. Right? There's nothing wrong with, from time to time, doing stuff like... Fuck that, yo. Make him pay. Make him pay. Make that fucker pay. There are times, chat, when it's okay. Like, I tend to do this a lot, right? I'll do that a lot, right? There's nothing wrong with, from time to time, just doing this. Fuck him. I did see that clip. Yup. I did see it. I talked a bit about it earlier. You're recently trying to cancel the level 2 from forward medium punch. My suggestion, if you're having some problems with execution, and I know this works. I'm 100% sure that this strategy works. And I know that it works because good friend of the channel, Hanma Blood. Holy shit, Johnny, thank you so much.
Johnny _299 gifted a tier 1 sub.
Appreciate that. Thank you so much, Johnny. If you got a sub, make sure to show some love, chat.
Johnny _299 gifted a tier 1 sub to Lee Giant _. Teeks, you just subscribed. Johnny underscore 299 gifted a tier 1 sub.
I'm to let that rock, chat. Oh, Coco Less.
Just subscribed.
That's probably how I said it, right?
299 gifted a tier 1 sub to Kala's SP. Mr. Thomas just subscribed.
Thank you so much for the 5 gifted. I really appreciate that. That shit's a huge help, and it means a lot to me. Thank you so much, dude. Much appreciated. Appreciated. What the fuck was it? Let's say yes. Hanma, when he was learning leverless, he was saying that he was having the same problem, right? And I said to him that he should do this, and I know it sucks, and I know that it doesn't seem like it will work, but I promise it does, and I would like to believe it helped him out, right? Turn the game speed on to 50, right? And just try it, and just do it as slow as possible, but as accurate as possible, right? I fucked it up. Why? Because look at my input. It's not accurate. It's not complete. This time it worked because look, input accurate. Do it as slow as possible. Make sure you got it, no matter what. And then from there, you can practice doing stuff like that, doing stuff like this. Do it as slow and as clean as possible. Once you feel like you can't screw it up, I want you to turn it back onto regular speed. But I want you to still do it slow as possible. And you won't get it, right? I want you to do it slow and clean. It should be clean on the side, right? I always tend to like rock my hand, put a circle back, and then rock back, right? What you're going to do is slow and clean, no matter what. Eventually, it'll work. And I want you to think about what you did it and how it felt. And then you'll realize all the time you got that you don't need to do it fast. And there will come a time like you slowly work your way up and you do it even if it fails. The point is that you're doing it cleanly. And if you still can't do it, if you're having a problem, that's when you go back and you do it again. And you might have to go back in to do it again just to like remind your hands how it feels. Once you get good at it, go back to this and you slowly work your way up for it. Thank you for coming through, Sulky. Appreciate it. I hope that helped. I was going to show you the other loop, but the next time you come by, remind me to show you. So this is good because there are things that are hard to do, like this. That's hard to do. Easier to do here. Just feels easier, right? Same thing, right? Same thing. The same thing. I will show it to you in a second. When it comes to that loop, the suggestion that I have, and I know this will sound weird, but maybe it will help. I want you to think about the space in between the Tensenrin and the level 3. That gap in which you want to transition from the forward DP to the back, right? I want you to think about that space. And what you're going to do is, as you do this slowly, you're going to slowly reduce that space, right? Because what you have a hard time with is trying to transition from the forward to the back and keeping the input from forward to back clean. So what I want you to do is to think like Tensenrin space, the level 3, right? And that pause is when you reset yourself. And eventually, I want you to slowly reduce that time. The Tensenrin space, that. The Tensenrin space, that. The Tensenrin space, that. And the whole point is to make sure that you can transition from 1 to the space to 2. And when you get clean, you can go 1, reduce space, 2. 1, reduce space, 2. You know what I mean? And slowly, your brain will start going 1, 2, 1, 2, not 1, 2, 1, 2, and like sloppily, you know? Also, try to think about ways to reduce how much you do for the DP. So if I'm trying to do, for an example, light kick to DP, I don't do the light kick, stop, forward, down, down, forward into the light punch, right? I don't do it in that way. I hold the forward and hit the light kick, then do a fireball. And that gives me the DP. And that helps me prepare for that pause, right? Oops. Oh my god. Hold forward, light kick, into fireball. And you see it on my pause screen. Forward and light kick into fireball. And that helps me out. The same thing if I want to do the forward medium punch. Right? I just do a fireball. And then from there, the space doesn't feel so hard because I didn't have to work hard for the DP. When you're dashing to throw and someone jumps and holds forward. Yep. So that's the way to do it. I want you to think about getting better at this as a means. Thank you for the 100 bits. God to your greatness. What a godlike name. So does practicing these moves at reduced speed help? Yes. 110%. That's how I got good at stuff like this. Whatever you do, you should always focus in on the problem, right? What's the problem? For me, it's getting the back input clean. But what I want you guys to do is I want you to think about this, and I really want you to really... Oh my god. I am going to... I'm going to turn that off for a second. I'm sorry. It's going to play it all again. Again, appreciate it, Johnny. I'm just going to turn off the alerts for now. I want you to like hone in on this. Because something's hard, that is not the reason. That is not the reason to not do it. That's the reason to learn to do it. If there's ever a time where something is too hard to do, you might not want to try it in a match when something important is on the line. But I want you to go for the hard stuff. I want you to get good at the hard stuff. I want you to really try your best to find what you can't do and to hone in on that thing that you can't do. I don't even care if it's not important. Do it because it's hard. Do it because you're trying to test yourself. I practice this. This is so dumb. This is dumb, but like I couldn't do it. So I wanted to learn to do it. And I still have a hard time with it. Because, like, why shouldn't I learn how to do it, right? That, right? That's hard to do. That's hard to do, right? Is there a point? No. Why not? You know? It's hard because of this. You don't want to do that. Right? That's hard to do. And I might not ever do that, but I should be able to if I want to. Why wouldn't I? Right? You might not ever use level 2, right? That might not be your thing, right? But you deserve nice things. You deserve the good shit in life. You deserve to spoil yourself. Why is my camera not fucking working, right? Hello, hello, hello. You deserve to have the cool shit in life. Don't you want to stunt on someone? Don't you want to do cool shit? Isn't that why we're playing this game? Because we want to do cool shit, right? That's why we play this character. To do some cool shit. Chat, you can't do cool shit. Learn to do cool shit. Fuck it. If you're gonna kill a person, why wouldn't you want to do it in the most cool way ever? Have we forgotten doing it for the fucking gram? Do it for the clip. This is my problem with Street Fighter 6, dude. This is my fucking, and I'm not saying y'all. Please, I love you all. But this is my fucking problem. No one fucking dreams. No one dreams. No one dares. No one fucking dares to be cool anymore, chat. No one does cool shit just because. Everyone has to be optimal. Fuck optimal. Do it because it's fucking cool. Like, get the fuck out of here, B. Thank you so much for the gifted. Appreciate the cheers, excuse me. I'm gonna go practice at reduced speeds to try a bit. Hopefully it will help your fingers and brain to relax more and actual moves. You have to give yourself grace, God tier greatness, okay? You are learning something hard. Are you going to hit it every time? No, you're not. I still don't hit this every time. That's hard. But there are times where I'm like, oh shit, I have to go for it. You know what I mean? You have to go for it, right? And I feel bad when a person's like, Kale, what's this trick to do this? And I'm like, do it. You just got to do it. It sucks. You just have to do it. There's something that I have to do from time to time. Hanma is good at this. I am not. It's this combo here. I have such a hard time to do that. See? I can't do it. It's hard. But there are times I'm like, oh fuck, I gotta do it. You know what I mean? There are times when I have to do that. Keep forgetting the way to go into that. But like, yes, it's like, because things are hard, that's your reason to try it. And if you play a game and you drop it, that is your reason to keep trying to do it. Because you're having a hard time. Just because you can't do it now doesn't mean in a week you won't be able to do it. It took me months to do. This took me months to get down. Oops. I don't have my hand cam, but like, it's fun now. I don't even think about it anymore. It's so fun that I don't even do it like accurately anymore. I slot my way through it, and I still get it. If you look at the way that I do it, if you look at how I don't do that with the one kick. I just throw my hand down. Right? I hit all those buttons because it feels good. It feels cool. My issue is that you'll practice it and you draw a blank to the point where you don't remember where your buttons are. I don't mind dropping it. You just have massive brain fog. Thank you again for the bits. Appreciate that. All love. Thank you so much for the 400 bits. Appreciate it. Let me ask you this. Do you have that problem as you do it for more than like 10 minutes, like your brains become like unsynced? Because if that's the case, then you take a break and you come back to it. I'm not saying that you guys should spend a half an hour on this. I'm not saying to sit down and drill it. What I'm saying is, it's like when you warm up, you practice it. Go into some games and see if you can hit it. Like, just do it on and off when you start your session, like during a break, and then when you end your session. And then after a month, you'll get better at it. Two weeks for medium punch. Oh, this year? Yep. It's okay. Like, again, the one thing I want you to do, I want you to close your eyes. And I want you to think about you sitting in whatever chair you're on, whatever couch you're on. If you're on the toilet, wherever you are, I want you to think about seeing yourself. And I want you to think about you leaving your body and being able to see yourself. I want you to think about being behind you when you play and telling yourself good things and encourage yourself. And when yourself feels shitty about a loss, a drop, or anything, I want you to show kindness to yourself. Because if it were me and I felt like shit because I dropped, you guys would be there for me and to tell me, you got this, you're doing great, you'll get them for next time, whatever. But you have to be able to do that for yourself too. Be your own cheerleader. Be your own big bro, big sis, big damer. You know what I mean? Like, be like your own biggest supporter. So when you practice and you struggle, remind yourself, separate yourself from you, put your hand on the shoulder and say, you're getting better, you'll get it. Come back to it tomorrow. Not everything has to be solved today. You have to show yourself some kindness. People don't get good at this game by being mean to yourself, by talking shit to yourself. People get better when they vision a world where they got better. They envision a world where they are good, where they do hit the thing. If I have to hit this, I'm not thinking of how I'm going to drop it. I'm going to think about what it feels like to do it. Right? I'm going to think about how it feels to do it and how I'm going to do it right. We don't got time to think about what if I drop it. Oh my God, I hope I don't drop it. I need to do it now. Right now. Immediately now. It has to be done now. So don't put that thought in your brain. There's not enough space. There's not enough time. Focus. So be kind to yourself. This shit's hard. This game is fucking hard. This game is dog shit. This game is dog shit. And this game is not hard, but this game is fucking great. And it's fucking hard as hell. Simultaneously. This game is dog shit because anyone can do this. And all of a sudden they're great. Half my health is gone. I'm in the corner. I'm burnt out. GG's, I guess. But it's hard because how are you going to do that when they're doing they're going to do a drive rush. You got to stop the drive rush. That's hard. You got one chance to hit this combo. You got to do it. By the way, I completely forgot that I was supposed to show another loop. Who had asked me? Antonio, I think it was, right? My bad. I got into a fucking rant. I'm so sorry. Shit, I forgot who said it. No, Adam. Adam, are you still here? Hopefully you are.
If you've come to fight,
I have to remember the loop now. You learn how to do edge, shin, dream combo, and stick on leverless, and how to learn how to do it again. There are times when you thought you would never be able to do it on leverless. Absolutely. Shit's impossible until it's not. Chat, this took me 5 hours to learn. That shit took me 5 hours to learn. Now I can just do it whenever I want. It's not even hard anymore. Yeah, it's that. It's that one. This one's slightly better. I think it goes. Shit, what is it? Something like that. It goes. That. And then from there, I guess it goes. And it goes. Bear with me while I remember this combo. No, okay, I remember. Nope. Crouching. Like that. Okay. Something like that, right? So it's hard for me to break this down in a way that doesn't that I look at this combo differently. This is just a starter, but this combo to me just makes sense to me because this has always been like a staple for me. Being able to do that, right? I've always done that. That's always been a thing for me. So for me, I just have to do the far combo. But from here, you could do crouch jab. Crouch jab. Crouch medium punch. Stand medium kick. Back hard kick into fireball. That should leave you at +8. Then you can do crouching medium kick into standing medium punch again. And then from there, you do crouching medium punch, crouching medium kick into fireball. So this combo, this here, I have like ways to keep it in my mind, like to organize it. Starter, and then I have far into fireball. For some reason, I know that doesn't make sense to you. And the next combo after that is too low, too high into fireball. I know that's not going to make sense. It's just how I think about it. Far into fireball, too low, too high into fireball. That's just how my brain does it, you know? It's how I remind myself of the shell that I want to do. Low, too high. Starter again. And then from here, this is where I always forget. I always try to do it like that. It's actually like the medium punch. So that one I just have to remember. Keep fucking that up, though. Do you need me to have like a detailed explanation? I have VODs enabled on YouTube, I believe. I don't think I have it on Twitch. So feel free to go to youtube.com/BigNastyKill. You should see the VOD there. There's also a mid-screen one too, so I have to I gotta start to practice. Which is nice. I like that a lot, actually. Yeah, it's fun stuff, you know? One thing that I want to instill in you is that I know Feng Shui Engine is not as good as a level 3, but it teaches you control, and it also should teach you to think ahead, you know? For me, it helps me with my flow state. So there's all these times in which you should be stopping to think about what's next, right? There's things that you should be going, okay, now what do I do here? What do I got here? And it should be stuff like when you hit this, you should stop for a second, look at health, look at your meter, stocks, and it shouldn't take long to do it. You should go one bong, and then you're going into it, right? Because next you want to do this, right? So there's supposed to be things that will take place that you're supposed to go okay, my health, I'm good. All right, I go in. All right, I'm gonna use this here. I'll get a stock, and then not in kill range yet. You know what I mean? Like as you do things, it causes you to go, okay, now what do I do? Because in Feng Shui Engine, you have a lot of ways to force people to do things. So I had talked a bit earlier about a 2 mix and a 3 mix. This is a 3 mix. Right? Hey, you have to guess between a strike or a throw here. Right? Nope, that doesn't work there. Does the other one work there? It's you know, are they going to throw when you do that, you know? You could do stuff you know, well, the next time. Even so much so, it's whenever you you pop it, you should be going, what do I do here, right? And start to look at your stuff. Basically, morning, which why you, it's all good. I'm sorry for keeping you up. Go get some get some sleep. I appreciate you being here though. Most definitely. Look, you guys have been really good to me. You guys have encouraged me a lot. But there are times when I have a hard time with that stuff, you know? So I know what it's like to get discouraged. I know what it's like to feel alone in your struggles and shit. And I don't want you guys to go through that. I have a lot of friends who are there for me in the best way that they can be. Sometimes I learn so differently that sometimes it's hard for me to be coached, you know? And I have some friends that are really, really good at the game and they're smart and they give me so much of their times, but sometimes it doesn't click. So if I can try to help make things click in my way, because I have a hard time with learning some concepts, then I'm glad to help. That's all. That's been my like mission with Street Fighter 6. So that's what I've been like trying to do. Yeah, walk out of that now. Walk out of that. You're minus there. You're minus there. If they're in burnout, though, actually kind of nice. They're being +2 there. -1. You know what? In burnout, that's +3. The rare time where you're +3 on a heavy. Sucks because -7. It's 4 and burnout, that's 0. You know, I wonder. Technically that counts as appreciate you coming through. Have a good night. Enjoy your night. Be well, have some good sleep. I'm glad that you came through. Curious. Can I meaty this? Kind of, actually. This is... I want to hit this on frame 12. Frame 12. 37. With this. No, that's not gonna work. 16? What do I think? No. 25.
Appreciate the solid advice of instilling positivity within yourself.
Probably do something like that. That kind of works. Appreciate the solid advice of instilling positivity in yourself. Absolutely. Most definitely. That's what it should be about. Thank you so much for the sub. Appreciate that. Good looks, homie. That's what it's supposed to be. We're supposed to take care of ourselves. You know what I mean? And thank you for the 4 months. Appreciate that. I say this a lot. Do you think Punk got so good being negative? Punk his whole career has been like toxically like like you can't tell Punk shit. He's the best. He doesn't want to hear shit about it. You're not going to tell him. You know what I mean? Like you can't tell him he's not the fucking best. You have to tell yourself that you're fucking great. This world is hard to live in. There's so much horror In the world, there's so much oppression. There's so much imbalance. There's so much injustice. There's so much death and suffering. All we see is horror stories. And we control this. The best thing that you can do is to tell yourself a good story. Like, why not?
Getting cold feet?
In a world where there's nothing but sad stories, tell yourself a comedy. Tell yourself a joke. Tell yourself a good story. It goes a long way. And one of the best ways to change the feeling of negativity
Feeling nervous?
is to improve. It's like one of the best things to like show yourself that it's possible. You do something that's hard and you get better at it. Doesn't matter if it's something small, easy. You know, it doesn't matter. Do it. See the benefit of it. Feel good about it. Something that's like so like dumb, as I kind of talked about it earlier, is like seeing an idea come together. It feels so fucking good. It feels so good when it works, right? So someone had said to me last stream, it was last week, like here, you can just throw again, right? And if they wake up with a button, you can do that, right? But what I started to do was this. Or like this. And they said, why do you do that if you could just do a dash? Like, that's not important, right? You don't need to do the dash to be plus. And I said, I do if I want to be able to do this. And the reason that I do the dash is to be able to get that throw, because they can be thrown here. Right? From here, they can't be thrown. So most people don't try to detect there immediately. For me, to get them to throw, I would have to do this. And I run the risk of getting thrown again as I walk in, right? As I run the risk of that. I could do like this, right? And I should, but I'm afraid of them mashing a button here as I walk forward. I'm afraid of that. Whereas this, I'm not. Right? I've still got to be afraid of that, but like still, it's a lot less likely. So once I saw that it worked, it felt great. I felt good about myself. So I can like block low there too, right? So it felt good when this actually, like, when it started to work. I didn't walk back enough. And it felt good when I actually hit that, you know? When I got those, you know what I mean? When I finally got those, it felt good. The same thing goes for this here. I started to do this, and like this was something that a good friend of mine taught me. That she didn't mean to show it to me. Friend of the channel, Daniela. She is a Ryu player that dabbled in with Juris. Two H's. Good friend of the channel. She's a cool watch. She plays Street Fighter 5, 6. She's been going through Final Fantasy Tactics. Great. But she showed me, she started to play with Juris, and she comes from Ryu, who can actually combo after his overhead on a knockdown, right? Like, he can combo there. Juris can't. But if they press a button, he definitely can, right? Right? That doesn't work. That sucks. Maybe stand light? Nope. That's so garbage. Actually, this works. But also, if people get hit, a lot of times they'll actually throw here. And this has been something I've been doing too. And once I saw that it started to work, it felt so good. It reinforced that I'm able to get better and that my plans are working, which encouraged me to keep going. Afraid by drive reversal, but I don't want to press him. I lost a lot of time on level 2. The question that I would ask then is, when do they tend to drive reversal? A lot of times they tend to drive reversal on activation. I find that people tend to do it there. So Feng Shui Engine on block is good to take away their drive gauge if they're low on drive gauge. What I mean to say is, like, if they're at like under 2 bars, fine. I want them to drive reversal. That is my favorite. I want them to. Like, here is what we're afraid of. Like that, right? But they're burnt out, so I don't care. But what I tend to do too is I tend to block for a second too. A lot of times I'll try to check them, right? And I'll do like this, right? I'll delay it slightly just to check and see if they do anything. But after I activate, before I go into it, I'll do something like this. I'll delay it slightly just to see if they press anything, right? But you have to like have an idea of like the type of player that they are. If they never drive reversal, then like I wouldn't really think of it. I usually will just go in. But also, like, a lot of people tend to do stuff like, they want to do stuff like this. And then they get upset when they get drive impacted. Especially stuff like this, right? Sometimes it's okay to do like this. They can't DI that. See? There's no gap there. You can confirm if they drive impact or not. If they don't, actually, I think that they just telling things, like just going over like some things that people have a hard time with. It's like there. You see how like there's a space there? People get fucked up there, right? Instead, there's no gap there. And that's nice too because see? Yep. But also, don't be afraid. And like, this sounds weird. Don't be afraid to do a knock knock. I call this a knock knock, right? Knock knock, knock knock. That's it. Don't be afraid to do that. Because your whole goal is always, I want them to do something so that I can stop them, right? So a lot of times what people tend to do is that they'll press a button here. Is that they'll press a button here. Right? So if you think that they're going to press a button here, go for this. That is a spacing trap. Yep. So if you think that they're going to press a button, prepare for the button press. You know? Right? If you don't think that they're going to press a button, right? Why are you doing the whole string? Unless you want to burn them, right? If you want to burn them, then hell yeah. Right? But if you don't think that they're going to press a button, you have to make them press a button. For an example, throw, right? Usually it's 16. Usually that's the number I go for. Because when you do this and they don't press here, you have to do something to make them act, right? When you walk forward, you make them act. Because when you walk forward, they think that you're going to throw them, right? And guess what? You're not weak to here. DI. Because all you're doing is this. Right? You can't DI that. So Feng Shui Engine requires you to like make them question what you want to do and how they plan to counter it, but also try to make them flinch. This is why I do the knock-knock. Right? If I don't think that they're gonna press, I do the I do that, right? Because usually they'll get hit by this. Right? If they don't get hit by it, right? Now it comes down to, I know you're going to press a button. When do you plan to press a button? I know you're going to do it. You know? But when are you going to do it? I activate on guard for a few reasons. Thank you, Mizu Zensei. Appreciate the follow. I activate on block for a few reasons. One, because I want you to act. And I want you to do something, right? And if you fuck up, I'm taking everything that I can. The second thing is because I want to extend my turn. So I'll show you an example. This here is a safe jump. This is a safe jump here. Oops. That's a safe jump. If they press a button here, we trade. And I'm gonna activate, right? If you block it, I'm just gonna go in there. I do it to extend my turn. Now, is it the best thing to do? I don't think it is. But if they're low on drive gauge, I definitely do think it's a good thing. They have to guess now. Right? They have to guess or be burnt out. They can't not do something. I'm going for their drive gauge, you know? They have to do something, or else they're burnt out. That's why I think it's like Feng Shui Engine's good on block if they're really low on drive gauge, because it forces them to make a decision to mash or to drive reversal. If they fuck up and you block it, they're dead. Toxic, how's it going? How we doing? What's up, Jukes? How's it going? How we living? How we doing? The thing about someone had put up a tier list of like Feng Shui Engine. Oh, sorry. The tier list for level 2s. I think they had Juris at like 6th or 7th, and I was like, we're fucking up, yo. We are not doing right. You're not doing right. They've gotten complacent, chat. These people have gotten fucking fat and lazy. That's what gets you mad. They've gotten fat and lazy. Played some ranked today. Had a good session. There's such a weird science behind how you can take a break from a game and then come back and play better. Most definitely. It's the same thing when you study. If you get a good night's sleep, you retain it better. But also keep in mind too, Jukes, that like your mindset's gonna change day by day. Eating chocolate and fruit? Oh my god, that sounds like the good life. Holy shit. That sounds like the good life. Is there nothing I really can do there? I learned that saying you practice something when you get off, your brain is still learning how to do whatever it is you were practicing. I used to do this thing in Street Fighter 4. A friend of mine was a Honda player. And Pat used to do jab in the hand. So the input was for him, I think he did jab. Okay. Hands in that game, you had to hit 5 punch button. So you had to mash, right? So to do 100 hand slap, you had to like mash a punch button. So if you wanted to combo jab into the 100 hand slap with E Honda, you had to do 5 punches after a jab. And that's hard. So there was a technique called jab hands where it would look like that. If you look at my input. So it would be jab, heavy punch, medium punch, light punch, heavy punch. Right? And the reason why I bring this up is that what I started to do, if I was doing anything, I would just be doing this. So there's like this thing, I know this is going to sound weird, but if you ever have some downtime, or if you're on like a bus or like a train, or if you're a passenger in a car, or if you have to wait for something, if there's ever a time where you can like close your eyes, you can do combos like on your leg or something. You know what I mean?
Getting cold feet?
Like you could just practice, right? It's like weird. Even more so, you can like cross your hands, you sit there, and like, and it's gonna sound weird as fuck, but for me it works. You can like send the impulse of like how you want to like press the button, and you think about what your hands would be doing, and it almost sends the impulse like to it. You know what I mean? It's like weird how if you're like, if you think about it, if you close your eyes and have your hands as you would, you could like think about it, but don't do it. Think about, I should hit a heavy punch, and you feel it in your finger. You feel, for me, it's my ring finger. I feel the desire to want to press it. You know what I mean? So it's like you can find ways to do things in that way. You know, it's like weird. Sometimes you remember your matches. I thought about this. We were watching Chris F's video last week,
Getting cold feet?
and he talked about trying to remember your matches, and like instead of like complaining about the matches or thinking about all the bad things or how you lost, blah blah, in between rounds you should start to think about like, you know, like, well, what am I going to do next? What did my opponent do? Like, you use that time to plan what you plan to do. And I thought about it. I said, I bet there's like a way that you can like create shorthand in like your brain, right? Like you're thinking about it where it's just like drive, rush, jumps, shimmy, and then you're on, you know what I mean? Like you're just on to the next one. So I thought about trying to practice that. Like in between rounds, try to think about a way to quickly, within 2 seconds, recall what happened in the match. You know what I mean? And you might need to like set up certain cues, but that would be a really good skill to have to like quickly recall your matches, you know? Even if it's not like you can verbalize the whole thing, just knowing, but practicing that skill. Testing your memory for it. Your mom got you this chocolate fondue thing? Oh my god. That's so decadent. Have a chocolate covered banana for me. I miss eating straight up chocolate, just like milk chocolate, being vegan. I can't just pick up some chocolate and eat it because most of it has milk in it. One of the things about fighting games is you have to exploit the thing that your opponent doesn't understand that they're doing. For me, I tend to tech a lot, so stuff like this is like strong against me. I tend to do that a lot. Like, I get hit by that a lot. Sucks, I can't do that on block. That would work though. I can get good, for an example, at not using the frame kill there. How many frames is this? 9. I got good at that. I think that would be cool. So here, for an example, can't walk back. I can do that. I also want to, on wake up, be able to hit a light one. Something like that, right? Just go for it. I'm too far. Right. So the skill that I would have is to be able to do that, but also be close enough so that I can hit them. Sucks that there's no... What about here? That's $4. So I would think a perfect knockdown would be a time where I can hit that on block and still shimmy and still walk back. Problem with that is that I would need to be knocked down far enough to be able to frame kill. So maybe something like that, right? I'm 44 there, but I'm still going to be close when I hit top. What about, let me see. What's my knockdown amount here? 21? Well, only, right? That's the backdash is perfect too. That's funny. 36. January's 1st, yep. What about that? No, it's a slight delay there. Have to slightly delay. Imagine waiting a whole year for your birthday? Yeah, what the fuck? Like, what the fuck is up with that shit, right? I'm too far away, though. She's number 1? Absolutely. Now we're cooking with Crisco. What about... That's 42. This is 43. Trades. Mid-screen it might work better, actually. Mid-screen might work better. Crouching light punch works. The problem is that's good. Assuming that they're not gonna. That's good. For something like that, the problem is that if they wake up with a light punch, you get hit. Crouching light punch works. The issue is that on block, like I can do this, and that's not a problem. The problem is that if they block it, I can't walk backward. That's the only issue. So -2. That's my issue. I want to find ways to cover that. What's up, Knockrock? How are you doing? Yeah, I could do something like that, right? I'm only +4 though. I could do that. Why are they gonna throw after that though? That's the only thing. Like that's my only concern. What about, I know this sounds dumb, but can I on block shimmy? Yeah, I can shimmy there. I didn't know that. Diego, how are you doing, dude? How's it going? Good to see you. Dropped the can on the floor. I was actually talking about you and Moons today. I was over on a stream and I talked about people like you and Moons and like Pat, how you guys like shaped me into the players that I became. So I appreciate y'all. Hopefully you're doing well, dude. How have you been?
Feeling nervous?
Hopefully things are good with you. Fucking finally got fired from my job. I'm out of work at the current time. Trying to think about what my next move is. It sucks. I actually don't know what I want to do. Tomorrow I'm gonna see if maybe I can do some work for Brian F or something. I know Brian F was asking people to give in their resume for like their content creation and shit. So maybe I will put my hat in on that. It sucks because I want to be able to shimmy there, but on block it doesn't work. I would have to be a little bit out here. Damn. Maybe after a sweep, but I would have to manually do that. What are some other knockdowns? Mid-screen OD Psy. Oh, yes. I don't think I get anything off of that mid-screen though. I'm 32 there. I'm too far. Appreciate that. That could work, I think. Yeah, I guess. I don't know about all that now. I don't know about all that. I'm getting scared because New York State doesn't want to pay out on unemployment. So, a mixed box? A mixed box is buttons for the movement, and then I'm sorry, the fuck is a mixed box? A mixed box is keys for the movement and then buttons for the attack. Unfortunately, Diego, there's a lot of things that I'm like, I kind of like put what's the word, restrictions on. Like, I probably could get a job for like the LIRR, but like I'm super afraid of like the train derailing and shit. I love keyboard keys for movement. I love the feel of it. So if I could ever get a keyboard that has like that, a mix box, but in the way that I like it, then like, yeah, I definitely would go for it. Yeah, they're secure. Most definitely. But I don't know why. I have like these like weird fears, and it doesn't really help with the fucking government being what it is at the current time. It's like, I would fucking definitely like work in like as a flight attendant or something. I think that would be cool as hell. I have this like wanderlust, and I would love to like travel the world and shit. I would love to be a flight attendant, but fucking planes are dropping out the fucking sky, so I don't trust things at the current time. And like for some reason, I always think that like, especially like the LIRR, it's like fucking some of the bridges at the VR. I'm like, yo, that shit don't look secure, you know? I get scared about this shit. So it's like, I would love to. I have two friends. Obviously, Moons works for the LIRR. Like, I have another friend that does, and like, you know, she's still there and she's happy with it. I wish I wasn't so afraid just to take a chance on certain things, you know what I mean? But I'm still here trying my best to make my content work. Like I said, since I'm not in work, I've been wanting to spend a lot more time with my content and try to put like one big push in a lot of different avenues. So I even thought about starting like Instagram reels and some TikTok stuff, not even just fighting game stuff. But like, you know, we haven't talked in a while, but I came out last year as non-binary. So there's like a lot of topics when it comes to like with gender and such that I would love to talk about. I find that to be completely it's fascinating and really important in this world. It's funny because
Getting cold feet?
I remember when me and Brad got into that fight, and I think about that, and I apologized to him after the fact, like a few years ago, and I ran into Brad last year. He actually lives out by me now, and I'm like embarrassed about that kind of shit because like I always like to be the person that is like I always like to be the person that is you know, I want good things for everyone, but the person that I was like 10 years ago wasn't really the person that I'm very proud of. And I think about the time that me and Brad got into that fight, I definitely was on the wrong side of things. Especially like with like a lot of my views. Here I am trying to defend the cops and shit. Like that definitely wasn't the right thing. Yeah, no, Street Fighter 6 really helped out a lot.
Getting cold feet?
One thing I'm very proud of, like for all those who don't know, SI Diego V is like a really old friend of mine. I got a lot of love for him. And you know, for as long as I've known him, I've always been a content creator. And we fell out of touch for a bit. Life and shit. But I've made it my goal for this channel, and in my lifetime, in my lifespan for this game, I want to help people. And a lot of new people will start the game and they get stuck and they don't know how to unstuck themselves. They don't know how to unstick themselves. And with that in mind is like if they ask some questions, and sometimes people don't have answers. Sometimes I do have the answers. And of course, you've known me for a while. I love to learn things, you know? I tend to have the answers that people want, you know? So that's pretty cool. Especially since it's like not a lot of feng shui engine users. You know what I mean? So I tend to be the person that people tend to come to, you know? I'm very proud of that. Man, appreciate that. But I think too, and this is not a knock at any high-level jury players and such, but it's always been the case. I think a lot of pro player and high-level players, there's concepts that they understand intuitively. But sometimes they can't express why things work. You know, they can't express why things work in the way that they do, nor can they teach how things work in the way that they do. So my goal has been to improve my play so that whatever I learn, whatever I get better at, I can explain and I can teach others to do that thing. The problem with Street Fighter 6 is that it's so fucking simple at its core that sometimes like deeper understanding isn't necessary, and that sucks.
Feeling nervous?
But I'm also gonna have to make some big decisions soon. I think I have like another like 5 to 6 months in the place that I'm at now, and I have to find a way to make it work. If anything, I can move in with my mom for a little bit, but I gotta find like a way to get my own place and such.
Getting cold feet?
And I'm broke. I'm broke and fucking I have to find a way to make it work. Yeah, no, this game at its core, it's so dumb. Like this game, you don't have to confirm things. You have that. That's your confirm. And like, yeah, it's like better to like do this. But in a world of like this, that's hard to do. Why not just do that, you know? Or just do this. Say fuck it, right? And the worst case, it's like fucking... Oh, so they block that? They can't reversal in between that. You know what I mean? So it's like, why not just do that? Right? They can't reversal through that. Like, that's crazy. I think they could change this game up real quickly if they just make this have a gap. If they made that have a gap, this game changes completely. Fundamentally. Like this has a gap. It's great. That has a gap. This, no gap, and I'm +3. It's crazy. Insane. That's so crazy to me. so wild to me that like at max range you do that. Can you blow through that? That's so insane to me. From max range, you know what I mean? That's just gapless. That's what I mean. It's like that's so crazy to me. Like you just have to you just have to interact with that. That's so crazy to me. You just have to guess there. At its core, this game is easy. Be able to confirm that. You know what I mean? Be able to confirm that and you're good. And then from time to time, throw in that, you're good. Confirm that. Crazy. The game's been stale for a while. The problem with it being stale is that Capcom hasn't been updating it at all. They needed a big change this June. And it was big, but it wasn't like meta changing, you know? So since it wasn't like meta changing, it just like adjusted some things around, but like the meta for the most part stayed the same. Some people moved up, some people moved down, but the top tier stayed top tier. So seeing as there wasn't anything like meta defining, there's throw loops in the game still. Like this is crazy still. The fact that exists in the game, right? The fact that that's a thing is just crazy. And then this December, people went, "Oh, okay, we're probably due for like another big balance patch," and then it wasn't. So now it's like there was like 2 points where people said we need there to be big changes, and there wasn't. The big change that they made for the June patch was that if you tech a throw, you get some meter back. You get some drive gauge back. Not really that meta defining.
Getting cold feet?
But especially since burnout is so like crazy, you know? So people wanted a big change and they didn't get it. And they're probably not going to get it for another 6 months. At this point, we would have had like Super Street Fighter 4 already, Super Street Fighter 5, you know, Street Fighter 5 Champion Edition, you know, but it's pretty much the same. We haven't had costumes really for the cast, like for 2 years, you know,
Nervous?
like. Like Ken, for an example, hasn't had a new costume in 2 years. Ryu hasn't had a new costume in 2 years. Honda, Luke got one in the summer. 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 2 years. 2 years. 2 years. Jury got one in the summer. 2 years. Got one in the summer. 2 years. 2 years. 2 years. 2 years. 2 years. Summer. A special one. 2 years, 2 years, one in the summer, 2 years, 2 years, you know, so on and so forth. But my avatar looks like an astronaut though. Shut the fuck up, Cayman. Throw loops suck. Appreciate the 100 bits, dude. Appreciate it. You know what? I wouldn't mind throw loops if there was more meaningful defense against them, and if like shimmies like weren't so, but like it just feels so like skillless, you know what I mean? It's like if I had to walk up and to time it, that's one thing, but the fact that I can like throw, jab, throw, or throw, button, throw, dash, throw. They don't even force me to use drive gauge for it. Like that's what's crazy to me. Like, I'll be the first to say, I like the hub stuff. I think they need to lean more into the hub. I check all the time. I want my baddie to look bad. Chat, in this year, if you see me look like that, don't switch up on me, chat. don't look at me different. You like the hub? Absolutely. Absolutely. But I check in here all the time to see what's what's new. The thing about the battle hub is that there's no reason to go into it. I feel like the battle hub at its core should be something that we want to log into. And like we can like go into rank mode and such through the battle hub. We can make a lobby through the battle hub. We can do so much through the battle hub. But there's no reason to go into it unless there's an event. And right now there's no event. There's no reason for me to go into here. But like if I want to queue up for ranked, I could do so. Right? I could queue up ranked. Right? It's one of my favorite memories of Street Fighter 6 was the beta. And what happened was in the beta, I remember going to the North American server and I went to this one here. Bowls is still in there. Bowls be fucking living in the hub. God damn. I remember I went to the first server and I remember I walked up and there was a big crowd on this cabinet here, obviously because it's the first one. And I remember seeing Snake Eyes on the cabinet. Triumph was on top of the cabinet. He was doing shit. And like the excitement that people had from like the community. The problem is it's like it's not there anymore, you know? It's like no one really comes through. What the fuck? Emperor Doom? What the fuck? Like that's not cool, chat? Like what the fuck? He's got his chair? Like that's fire, chat. What the fuck? Victor Vaughn? That's fucking fire, dog. That's cool as shit, yo. Get the fuck out of here, bro. We just saw Victor Vaughn in the battle hub, yo. I'm with it. Rap snitches, telling all your business. Sit in the court and be your own star witness. Do you see the perpetrator? Yeah, I'm right here. Fuck around, get the whole label set up for years. That's what I mean, chat. That's the shit I want to see in the hub. But that's what I mean. It's like there's no reason to go in there. And I wish there was, man. Like, you getting ready for the Avengers movie? I haven't caught up in any of those films. Like the fact that he is still the default. It's like that's not a good look. You know what I mean? Like that's not a fucking good look. That like you see so many people as like John Street Fighter. You know what I mean? If I was given the chance, I would work on the battle hub a lot, and I would make it like what people should want to like do to come in here. I would like change it up. You know what I mean? Like cabinets would be first two. I would have some servers that were forced like first to 3, first to 5, first to 5. But I would also make this like the streaming one. You come here when you want your matches to show up on the screen. Rip Doom, facts, yo, facts. I get very emotional when I hear the song Accordion. Thank you again for the bits. What's up, Poop in the Turd? What's going on, man? I get very emotional when I hear Accordion, because I'm like, it doesn't matter how long I live, I will never create anything as cool as that song. I love that song. What a fucking banger song. But yeah, the hub should be cooler, man. But since people don't have a reason to want to come to the battle hub, there's no reason for us to care about the avatars and such. Since there's no reason for us to care about the avatars, whenever they drop new shit, like we don't care. Actually, oddly enough, there's new stuff. And that's kind of like what I mean. It's like there's no reason to care. And that sucks. I want to come through and talk to Manny Rose. Manny Rose desu? Yo, Cayman, I didn't know that you actually... Cayman, shut the fuck up, dude. Shut the fuck up, Cayman. Oh my god, I hate you, dog. You're such an asshole, Cayman. You're the fucking worst, dude. I didn't know you actually meant astronaut. You think this is a game? This is kind of like what the problem is, dog. It's like, for me to get these full outfits, you want me to pay? What? Like, what is that? $12? Get the fuck out of here, B. I'm not paying $12. I might cop these for some drive tickets. Actually, might cop. But again, like, there's no reason for me to like want to come in here and like earn drive tickets. Low key, right? There's no reason for me. Like, they do this thing for like the tournament mode. I think that's like one of the most underrated parts to the Battle Hub, and like some of the most underrated parts of this game. The tournament mode's cool as shit. And I wish like it wasn't locked away. Like, we see it a lot with like the news and such, but like I feel like there should be a reason to want to join this. I wish more people join this. It just feels like out of the way all the time. You know what I mean? The fact that it's like you have to come back at a certain time, you know? You do earn drive tickets, which is nice. What I wish they would do is I wish they would add a new mode. Kind of like, they kind of like have an idea of it, right? It's like Street Fighter 5 to Fighter 4 vanilla. They have that Grand Prix mode. And I actually liked it. I thought that was like a really cool idea. I never really understood it all that much until I started to think about it. Like, I was like, what if there was like, what if there was a mode where you would queue into like a mini tournament and that was like your rank mode, right? And that's how like you earn points for something. So instead of just going in just trying to build your MR and shit, what if there was like a rank mode plus where you queued in and you were going to queue in for a mini like bracket, and it would take 8 people, and you know, you play your match, you move on, you play your match, you move on, you play your match, you move on, and based on how you do, you get a point. That's it. You win. If you lose the first game, guess what? You lose points. You win your first game, you earn a little bit of points. If you win your second game, you earn a little bit of points. Your third game, you earn a bit of points. You win your final game, you get like a large amount of points. I think that would be cool. I also think that this game should be based around the first to 2. Every mode should be a first to 2. I would like there to be more stuff when it comes to that. Or maybe like an event where they can do like every like few weeks or so, where you can queue into this special mode. And that that's how you can earn some drive tickets. You know what I mean? Or earn like some points. And then at the end of the event, you can earn like, I don't know, a rank, a color or something if you're like in the top like 1,000 or something. Or like, you know, your region, some shit like. But yeah, I want to see their like. Come on, I want more of like a mobile game reason to fucking log on. You know what I mean? Like, there be events. I want there to be some like fear of missing out. You know what I mean? the giant attack thing is it's okay, but it can't be the only thing, you know? Anyway, I'm gonna call it here. Like I said, I'm gonna try to get up early tomorrow, start to work on some stuff. And I want to give it my all for this week because shit's getting a little bit tight. So I want to see if I can like put like a big injection for my channel, maybe get to 17,000 subscribers. All right, guys, I'll see you guys soon. I love you all. I'll see you tomorrow. Thank you for the support. Thank you for all the bits. Thank you for all the subs. Thank you for all the kind words. Good to see you again, Diego. I'm trying. I'm trying. This year is a really tough one, though. You know what I mean? It's going to be a real tough one. All right. Thank you all. I'll see you guys soon. Make sure if you want to join the Discord, I'll put that up there right here. Feel free to hit me up on the Discord if you're interested in one-on-one some sessions. We'll talk for pricing and such. But yeah, I would love to support you while you support me.